What the fuck is the deal here, dude? God damn it. It's starting to piss me off. I don't have a goddamn guess. We goddamn guesses what that is. Unrealistic fucking
Well, now let me carry it around again. Oh,
Megan, can you hear us?
Yes.
We have something scheduled with a Clinton County case
We have a sentence and
on Zoom. Are they on yet?
I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't see them here. There they are. Okay. Do I have the sentencing report on that? This is Clinton Circuit Court meeting in special session with permission by Zoom. This is 20 CR 0032 Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Timothy Adam Brown. Are you Timothy Adam Brown?
Yes, sir.
Is your year of birth 1990?
No, it's January 4th, 1988.
Okay, I had it incorrect here, 1988. Last four digits of your social security number.
7076.
Now, I don't have a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report here. Do I have one? Hold on just a second. Here it is. I've left it back there. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Mr. Brown, are you there? Are you locked up?
No, I'm right here, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report?
I filled out a probation and parole form.
No, they have a report that they give to you that you have to review. That
I don't think I've received that yet, sir.
then I can't sentence you.
Your Honor, we're gonna have to do something because we had this trial the first part of June. And he's yet to be sentenced. He wasn't placed on the docket in Clinton County like he should have been. He doesn't have a lawyer. I don't know if we need to pass it until he can be sentenced today or not, but I'm getting all kinds of complaints that he's not a state inmate from the
Okay, well,
jail.
what we need to do is to fax over to the jail a copy of this pre-sentence investigation report and let you read this, and then I'm going to sentence you later in the day, okay? So the Commonwealth Attorney will be faxing you a copy of this. Now, do we have another case involving him till he gets that?
Yes, we do.
Well, why don't you come up here and
It's set for a pretrial in September or October 1. I can't
over
remember.
there?
In Clinton County, yes.
Okay,
And he's got other cases in Russell County too.
okay. Well, I'm going to send this over there to you and you review it, and then we'll get back with the jail and sentence you today, okay?
All right, thank you.
Monroe County. James Carter. Hello.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus James Carter. This is Monroe Circuit Court meeting in special session in Cumberland County. The defendant, James Carter, is present. What's your year of birth, Mr. Carter?
1989,
What's the last four digits of your social security number?
5617.
What do we have going on here? You have a motion for continuance?
Yes, Your Honor. A motion for continuance and a bill of particulars that were filed requesting information regarding the informant in this case. We are, of course, asking.
You can drop your mask.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking, of course, in the bill of particulars for the identity of the informant used in this case, as well as any information of any deals that were made with the informant or any preference that has been given to him in any case previously, as well as if there is any experts that are going to be used in this case regarding the narcotics. We are asking for that information, and we're asking for a continuance of the trial date, which is scheduled on the 8th, in order to be able to review that evidence when provided and do any independent investigation into that we need.
I had it for the 9th.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize. I was scheduled for the 9th. You are correct.
I'll move to the left.
We can comply. Would be
Days.
That's correct. So if you want to continue for the next month.
What was the circumstances of this? Were we-
Mr. Carter was allegedly going to enter a plea in this court case. And
Yeah,
then he wouldn't enter it that day because he had some issues. I reached out to Ms. Hill yesterday and said, if he still wanted to enter the plea today, I would.
just, I mean, what is exactly that you want?
Your Honor, we're asking, of course, for the identity of the
Well, that
informant.
won't take long to provide. And what else you want?
Any information regarding any preference the informant has. We have also requested whether or not there is going to be an expert who is
Okay,
going to
wait just a
testify in
second.
the
Is there
case.
go- What kind of expert you talking about?
Your Honor, from the state lab as well as
Well,
their
of course there will be
qualifications.
someone from the state lab.
Yeah, I don't know. You just want to, it's not like a doctor. It's not like a CV, but I mean, so you just want the qualifications. I've never had, I've probably had 50 jury trials with expert lab witnesses, and I've never had one of them that wasn't qualified. So I just don't know if that's almost frivolous.
Yeah, I mean, what is it you want? from them?
Your Honor, their qualifications, education, their CV, whatever it is that they have to provide regarding
They'll
their
have to provide
qualifications.
that
to
when they
testify.
give the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they'll provide that, and if they're not qualified, I will not let them testify. So that might be the best thing that could happen to you. Okay, now what else is there? You-
Well, we can give them the CI. I don't even know who the CI is, so I've not given a preference. I know, so we'll have to get, and I guess she wants the monetary compensation, how many buys they've made and what they've been paid. We'll give her that.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's, today is, let's try to get her that by the 2nd, which would be next Tuesday. That'll give you a full week to prepare, and we'll see you there on July the 9th for trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dare Circuit Court. Jeffrey Feast. Hello. There you go.
We approach Barbara and I,
Sure.
please.
Want your client with you? Want your client with you?
Yeah, he doesn't, he can be here, that's fine.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's an underlying charge in Adair County against my objection, but it's set for trial in October, despite the fact he's still going through cancer treatment at Vanderbilt every 2 weeks. But I have talked with Barbara and we'd like to pass it. We're looking at trying to make a global settlement of this case.
What is it? What's the charge up there?
Felon in possession,
Of what?
firearm.
He was duck hunting what he was doing.
Hell. Yeah. You know. Where was he duck hunting at?
On the
Out
farm.
on a farm, and the farm owner called to report trespasser. That's how Fish and Wildlife was sent out there and found him. And I have body cam showing the whole confrontation where the officer had to tell him 4 times to drop the gun.
The gun was empty at the time, but still he did.
I guess the officer knew that.
We're shooting 4 times. The property owner heard it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're prepared to put on the evidence, but Mr. George is now saying that he is willing to agree to void the pretrial diversion. And then we,
If I could work out a global,
Well, let me tell you what I'm gonna do if it's satisfactory. Are y'all prosecuting the case up there?
no, it's frame right.
Okay.
why don't you
well-
see if you can get
Well,
it.
let me tell you what I might do. I might void. I could transfer this case back up to Adair County. why was a special prosecutor appointed in this?
You recall, Judge, his father and he both were elected officials there, and there was a relationship between Judge Vance and I
Judge
believe
Vance going to disqualify on this coming case too?
he hasn't.
Well, I guess we just better wait to see if she does that, because I could end up with that and I could roll them both together.
But
She
maybe I can.
accused back then because one of the witnesses, state police detective,
He was the property officer, you know, and he was there. Well, what do you want me to do?
He's, I still like to see if we can work on both.
I
aspects.
want the pretrial diversion voided. And if
Well, then I'll have to do a pre-sentence investigation report and sentencing at that juncture. So, you know, what do you, are we not probably?
Keep freezing up.
Has he been indicted up there yet?
Yes.
Okay, well,
there's
that's
a
fine.
trial date set,
Well, she's not gonna recuse.
right? It doesn't appear to be. Trial set for October 13th, and there's a pretrial August 22nd.
Yeah, over my objection, because I just don't feel like anybody going through cancer or chemo needs to be under any pressure. And,
No, they don't. They also don't need to be having a gun.
no, well, this was back in January before he was diagnosed,
Yeah.
and quite frankly, I haven't even had the heart to have him come to Lebanon to talk to him about it. I've got, tell Marvin, my son-in-law's eat up right now, and has been,
Your
and
son-in-law,
yeah,
how old is
38,
he?
38.
Unbelievable.
Both lungs, his liver, his bone marrow, now his brain. I've got a 5-year-old grandson that's,
Well, what,
Right, there's another violation, not just the firearm.
what is,
just meth.
Meth. Admitted to the probation officer.
I can't deny that one. And not, Judge, quite frankly, there's two. We got this, we got the trial. You can win a battle, but you can lose a war. So that's why I want to suggest we did try to do a global settlement of both cases.
well, is he gonna plead guilty on the other one?
Well, I've got to see what Brian offer. I mean, he's in the ice ages when it comes to offers. I mean, he doesn't even make the stone ages yet.
Well,
Which I had her, I think, I know Barbara and I
depends
worked
on
with
how
him.
you look at it. Some people are very pleased with the offers they make, you know, if they have the property stolen or been run over and killed. But I understand what you're saying. To do something like that today would be just like entering the naked. Well, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna just put this off for 1 month and see what you can do with that thing up there. And if you do reach some kind of global agreement that's okay with the Attorney General's office and is okay with the local prosecutor, then I will transfer this case back up there for judicial economy. I think I can do that under criminal rules.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna put her through anything again. She drove 2.5 hours to get here today, and I should have called her before today, and I
Well, I
apologize
mean,
for that.
we're making progress on the
Yeah.
thing today, so our presence, but you can appear by Zoom if you want to. On these cases, if the client is here and you want to, but if you can go up there and see if they're gonna reach an agreement. If they reach an agreement, then I'll immediately by an agreed order, transfer the case back up there and
That makes sense.
you can go with the case, you know, you can go with
Or
the
he can
case.
stand in for it.
Who would though make the finding on voiding? That would have to be your honor.
No, it wouldn't have to be. I don't think if I transfer it back up there, you think that,
So Judge Murphy would get back on it?
well, if by agreement of the parties,
Right.
Yeah, we can do, we'll put that in the order. In the meantime, maybe you can ask Brian what he has in mind.
yeah.
Tell him it's what you've offered me, and then maybe do a global settlement, because you may get farther with him than I will.
We can't tell the common guys.
Huh? See what? I know you can, but sometimes they'll listen.
Well, if you got a global thing going on. Or I could just void it today and then set it out, have a pre-sentence investigation report and bring it back on August the 25th. And if the other case resolves by then, I could transfer it up there for sentencing.
That's what I was.
You hear that? Come here. Make sure you understand. He's talking about going ahead and void it because you not only have the gun, you got the meth. Initially, you use some meth.
So I would void it and then give you between and have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. And then we would see if the thing resolves by August 25th. Before August 25th, it does by agreed order. August 30th, excuse me. My high technology thing.
That's probably better technology. My computer's been down 3 days this week.
Done the official list change there. Yes. So what I will do is I'll go ahead and void the pretrial diversion and have order a pre-sentence investigation report done. And he'll appear back here in court on August 30th for sentencing. However, if there is a global agreement, I will sign an agreed order transferring this case back up to Adair County for global sentencing on the thing. With the understanding that Judge Murphy has previously recused from the case, but that all sides will, in that agreement, allow her to get back on the case, and we'll waive her sitting on it if she's comfortable with it. Okay.
You
Can we
comfortable with
make
that?
sure that if on the record the defense is agreed to void it?
You agreed to void it.
Yeah. Okay. There's no problem then.
And then Judge, we've agreed that he can take the ankle monitor off. It's been on 3.5 months. Been no issue.
You have any problem with that? Okay. Well, I will still want him to be under a curfew, to stay at home, church, doctor, that sort of thing. I don't want you out duck hunting or anything, you know what I mean? Probably don't feel like it, so.
No words, home incarceration without the ankle
I
monitor.
don't call it complete home incarceration. I call it a curfew.
Okay.
Okay, I call it a
When
curfew.
she sends me to the store, I go.
Well, I'd rather you not be hanging out to Walmart and stuff. That's where you get in trouble with these things, and people will start, they see you out as I say, over Monroe County, gomming around, and then your whole deal could blow up here if there's public pressure that you're receiving some preferential treatment, which I don't believe you are up to this juncture receiving preferential treatment by me. But, you know, you have a good judgment to understand how people are. So I would think that you could go to home, church, the doctor, a lawyer's appointment or something like that. And we have pretrial here. But I guess, are you probation parole, will you have him yet? I can't understand you.
If this diversion is voided today, then he will be closed out.
He'll be what?
He will be closed for us. We can't supervise somebody when the diversion is voided.
They can't, they're ordered, can't
It'll
they?
be pending,
Can't.
it'll be pending sentencing.
She says they can't do it. You can't supervise him pending sentencing when it's pretrial diversion.
If you void this diversion, then that diversion is over.
Yeah.
So we have no.
What's the status then?
And he's closed on us until sentencing, when you make the determination. If he's
Okay, well, who supervises him then? Pretrial?
Pretrial.
Pretrial, are you on there?
Yeah, and technically he's not out on bond.
Pardon?
He's technically not out on bond.
He's fixing to be, he's fixing to be. If I let him out on bond till sentencing, then you can supervise him, right?
I'll do whatever you tell me.
Let's see what they do at pretrial. That's the reason everybody likes pretrial. Okay, I'm gonna let him go downstairs and sign an ROR bond, okay?
Clerk's office.
Just downstairs, do ROR bond. And you heard the conditions of it. If he has to go somewhere else, like to the store or something like that, he can call you if it's an urgent sort of thing. Can you give him you write a number down where he can call pretrial?
I'll put it on.
They have a number downstairs.
Yeah, I'll put it on his bond.
Okay, we'll put it on the bond. Go downstairs, sign the
Thank you,
bond.
Judge.
Okay,
Maybe we be.
absolutely. Thank you
Appreciate it,
very
Judge.
much.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mark.
okay. Parker Purdue. Okay, thank you. Arraignment. It's an arraignment. You got it. Mr. Purdue, you want to put your mask up over your nose, please?
So,
Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Parker Purdue. 22 CR 0061. You are Parker Purdue.
yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
4/13/79.
1979. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
3571.
Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the second degree, assault in the third degree, criminal mischief in the first degree, criminal trespass in the first degree, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, public intoxication, being a persistent felony offender, 3 counts. You understand those charges? Mr. Bailiff? Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
I do, Your Honor.
I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Purdue, to give you discovery in your case. What is your date going to be for negotiation?
August 12th at 1 o'clock.
And you'll be here at August 12th at 1 o'clock for negotiations, and your next court date will be August the 30th.
August 30th, Judge.
30th. Okay. Michael Vibbert. Michael Vibbert. Michael Vibbert had a pro se motion for shock probation, which he was not eligible for since he previously was shock probated. So he is removed off the docket. James Abbott. He's an active warrant. Commonwealth is aware now. Jace Acree.
Judge, Mr. Acree, I think he sent the clerk's office stuff. He's tested positive for COVID yesterday. We're trying to, we can either, I have a
You've been
phone,
able to contact him?
I have a phone number where we can call him.
Well, have you gone over the pre-sentence investigation?
I have over the phone, Your Honor.
Well, it's either a yes or no. Are you satisfied, or do you want to wait till they look at it?
I'm satisfied, Judge.
Okay. Well, is he somewhere where we're getting Zoom information to?
We've had difficulty with the Zoom. I've got him going to his mom's right now where he has a computer. They've been trying to
Well,
do
when
it.
they get that set up, you have me call a case back up.
Okay.
Joseph Arms.
Morning, Your Honor.
Hello. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Joseph Arms, 20 CR 0068. Are you Joseph Arms?
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference.
We have a plea agreement, Your Honor.
Okay. This is 20 CR 0068, Joseph Arms. A motion has been tendered, Mr. Arms, that says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntary given? State your full name
Joseph Edward Owens,
and your year of birth.
12476,
Okay, and the last four digits of your social security number.
8144.
You have to speak up a little bit.
8144.
That's great. Are you the same person named in this indictment 20 CR 0068?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? You understand what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and reviewed all the evidence in your case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, you need to understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept it. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Y'all step to the left, step to your left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
On a plea of guilty to burglary, second degree, 4 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 8 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 8 years. On a plea of guilty to theft by unlawful taking over $500, 4 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 5 years. These two sentences are to run concurrently for a total of 8 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose to probation and shock probation. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant agrees to have any and all personal property to be released to its rightful owners or disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The defendant shall forfeit all his interests and all other personal property. Defendant agrees to forfeit his interest or to pay $650 for tow and storage fees on a 1998 Ford F-150 pickup truck, VIN number 1FTRF176XW NB 46228 to the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. Payment to the Sheriff's Department shall be done by sentencing. Otherwise, the truck shall be disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agree to, Mr. Arms?
Yes, sir.
What are the court costs in this case? $215. Okay. Are you pleading guilty of your own free will because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, I explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights and enter a plea of guilty to the charges and allow the court to fix your punishment as permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you understand that any future pleas of guilty or convictions of any felony the sentence could be enhanced because of this plea? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the document there? Okay, I will accept the agreement, order pre-SI, schedule a scheduling a sentence for August 30th. You're in the custody of jail.
Your Honor, could we talk about whether or not he would go in today? I
You need
occasionally,
to talk to the Commonwealth about it.
I have. We spoke yesterday, and occasionally, Your Honor, I do ask that someone be allowed to remain free on bond pending final sentence. We don't do it much. Mr. Arms's situation is he's employed in a mowing business. And if he can get through another month, it would be of great benefit to his employer and to him, and probably to several people who would see their yards grow up. It's just a terrible time of year for him to go in. I don't think Mr. Stockton's all that worked up about him going in. We had a discussion about it yesterday. And this is
Put an
truly
ankle
what I-
bracelet on him.
Yes,
If it's left up to me, the only problem I've got with it is basically everybody that enters a plea on a felony that goes into prison goes into custody that day. I hate to start making exceptions.
He said, we won't. You're in the custody of jail. You're in the custody of jail. Bronny Bays. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bronny Bays, 21 CR 0026. Are you Bronny Bays?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1984?
Yep.
Last four digits, is social security number 5442. Here today for arraignment. Who is your attorney?
I just now got one, I guess.
Your Honor, I think this was a direct presentment. Am I right on that, Mr. Stockton?
It was.
Were you in district court?
No, sir, just got indictment.
Were you in district court?
No, sir, no.
Okay.
No.
Well, do you have money to pay a lawyer?
Not right this minute, I don't, but I'll put some back soon. No, I don't right this minute, no.
Well, when do you think you will have money to pay a lawyer?
Like a month.
Where are you gonna get that?
I work on the river barges in Paducah.
I'm gonna ask the Office of Public Advocacy to stand in for the purpose of arraignment only. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with knowingly exploiting an adult person, fraudulent use of a credit card, and theft of identity. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Bailiff. Counsel, for the purpose of this arraignment, you acknowledge the identity of this gentleman to receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want to present him with that indictment?
Yeah, I think he needs to.
And I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order here, Mr. Bays, and when you get an attorney, the attorney needs to contact Commonwealth Attorney's Office and they will forward the discovery in this case. Now, you need to be here on August the 12th with an attorney to negotiate. And then your next court appearance is August the 30th.
Both days at 9 a.m.
Your Honor, the following conditions, not have no contact with the United States.
Now, that needs to be added to the bond conditions. Schedule court appearances, curfew, leave house for work, church, and doctor, and put no contact with victim. Okay, thank you very much. Athena Brown showing us an active warrant.
That's correct. We've got an NCIC.
Do what?
We have an NCIC.
Benjamin Birchfield. Benjamin Birchfield. Commonwealth versus Benjamin Birchfield, 22 CR 0041. This is a pretrial conference.
Yes, Judge, there's a felony plea for the court to consider.
Okay. The motion has been tendered, Mr. Birchfield, in 22 CR 0041 says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
State your full name.
Benjamin Grant Birchfield.
Okay, speak up just a little.
Benjamin Grant Birchfield,
Okay. And what is your year of birth?
3/14/92.
1992. Okay, what are the last four digits of your social security number?
507.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0041?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired
No, sir.
today? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Have you reviewed the evidence? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have
Yes, sir.
certain rights under the United States and Kentucky Constitution. Before I accept a plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand these rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea here today, you waive those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation after reviewing that report and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Will you move to your left, please? Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree, the defendant agrees to pay a fine of $750 and receive a sentence of 5 years, serve 60 days, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration over above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, first offense, the defendant shall pay a fine of $200 plus court costs. Defendant agrees to pay a $125 tow bill plus $200 storage fee at the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department in lieu of forfeiture of vehicle. Defendant shall pay fines and court costs at the discretion of the court. Defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full and until further request of probation and parole.
Okay, this is a probated sentence.
This is, he's served 60 days, probate the balance for 5
Served
years.
how many?
60 days. Probate.
Split sentence. Yeah. Okay. See, how many days has he served? Yeah.
Your Honor, we think he served about half of that.
Okay. Is this what you agreed to, sir? Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You understand that once you enter these pleas, the felony convictions will stand up against you and enhance your term of imprisonment possibly under future felonies. You also understand that the DUI is enhanceable if you have future DUIs, that the penalties on there will be more stringent. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights and this additional information, is it still your desire to enter a guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation. Bro, what is the court cost in this thing?
The court cost is $675 plus the fine of $19, so the total of $1,625.
$1,625. Now you'll need some time to pay that, won't you? Well, I'll let you start paying at $50 a month, starting 30 days after you're released from jail. Okay, you're in the custody of jail. Jason Criswell. Mr. Criswell Got an active warrant for him, Lonnie Duval. Cumberland, Kentucky versus Lonnie Duval, 22 CR 0030. Mr. Duval. Your year of birth is 1971. For the last four digits, your social security number.
5942.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, I didn't get to talk to Ms. Costello about this. We have one more pre-trial. I think we've got the.
There's the lab report that was outstanding. Yeah.
It was continued because we didn't have.
August the 12th for a conference as far as negotiation, and August 30th for your next court date, okay? Barry Gibson. Commonwealth versus Barry Gibson, 22 CR 0037. Are you Barry Gibson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1969.
Born 1969.
Last four digits.
9632.
Okay, last four digits, your social security number you just read. You're here for pretrial conference.
Your Honor, I think there's been an offer extended and he is declining the offer, so a trial date would be.
What's he charged with?
I think it's wanton endangerment, maybe fleeing and evading, bunch of traffic offenses. It's, we tapped the plea papers the last time we met. He charged with wanton endangerment first, tampering on physical evidence, possession, fleeing, evading police, no insurance, no registration, drug trafficking.
What did you offer?
He was offered 3 years on the possession, 5 years on the tampering. He was to serve 60 days home incarceration, balance diverted for 5 years, pay $500 fine on the no insurance, and enter the Cumberland County Drug Court program. So I guess we're in trouble.
We've just got one person in Allen County, so I see y'all on there. I'm gonna come to you on the next case, okay? Let's set a trial date in this. Do you have any officers that aren't local that you're going to get here?
I think we're all local, so it's just seven. We have the lab report back. That's local officers on it. Probably carry it up there.
So you'll need the lab people from Frank. You have Mr. Strode in custody, or is he?
He's in custody.
It's the Clinton County trial on September 6th and 7th. Going to go.
Yeah, that's the one that really needs to go. It was put out because of COVID, and I got the expert witness.
Okay. It's at prosecutors conference the last week in August.
That's the next to the last week. It's August the 22nd through the 27th, I believe.
I don't remember why we moved to August real day.
Yeah, that was the reason it fell on right in the middle of it on Thursday.
The 30th.
Well, it fell, the conference, it fell right in the middle of it. The conference is like from the 24th to the 26th. And the motion day fell on the 25th, right in the middle of it. So you agreed to move it to 30.
What about the 31st?
That looks fine with me.
First.
Judge, obviously, Ms. Costello, I don't know of any reason other than that's a district day here, but
Well, let's do it on September the 1st on Thursday.
You need to tell her plan, but she'll be able to.
got 30 days.
Okay. No, we don't need a pretrial. That's very good. Brian Hawkins. Oh, yeah, Allen County, excuse me, I forgot that. Let's go to Allen County Jail. Thank y'all for being patient. Commonwealth versus Mary Wilkinson. Are you Mary Williamson, rather? Mary Williamson?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are what?
4830.
Okay, this is 22 CR 0063. Are you represented by an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor, but I don't see her.
Okay, it's Office of Public Advocacy, Ms. Costello, is it?
Yes,
She's
sir.
sick today, so she has someone standing in. We'll go get her on the screen so you can get him on the screen. Have you got a computer set up back there for Zoom?
My internet connection last while we were out here, so.
Okay. Well, you can come on the screen here. You can see her there.
Yes.
Your attorney is present in the courtroom. If you get behind the podium there, counsel, and say something, just say hello. There's your
Yes.
attorney there, okay? You have a right to remain silent. Possession of the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging possession of controlled substance, first degree, tampering with physical evidence, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal littering. You have the right to remain silent. You understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Your attorney has received the indictment. You acknowledge the identity of this young lady. You received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have you here on August the 12th for a negotiation day and August the 30th. Your attorney will be back in contact with your regular attorney. She's under the weather today and can't be here, okay? Okay, Allen County, thank you very much for your cooperation. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. LaRue County is not willing to participate. So we will schedule that case.
That's the case, Your Honor. If I could, if Mr. Shepherd can communicate with Ms. Costello, Mr. Capps has a job with the city of Hodgenville before he's been in custody up there and he's worked well with him. I don't mind doing a great order to shop him out, but he's also got a Clinton County case y'all need to look into and see if he's even eligible. That's the problem.
Okay, well, I'll set it for August the 30th. And if there's an agreement between now and then, if it's okay with the Commonwealth, I'll be willing to sign an agreed order if he's eligible. Is Oldham County on the line? I'm trying to do these counties. It's time now. Oldham County. Is Wayne County on the line? Megan, will you kind of monitor those counties when they come on the line? Just inform us out here, okay? Commonwealth versus Brian Hawkins. Commonwealth versus Brian Hawkins. 22 CR 0072. Are you Brian Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Your year of birth, 1969.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number.
856.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging possession of controlled substance in the first degree. Possession of drug paraphernalia, driving on suspended driver's license. Possession of marijuana and failure to use a seatbelt. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Hawkins, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll be here for negotiations on August the 12th and for your next date on August the 30th. And I'll be signing its reciprocal discovery order. That package there is information that Commonwealth has given to your attorney to help you prepare for the case, okay? Thank you very much. Richard Hubert. He hasn't been served, Mr. Doctor. Caitlin Lawson.
Both of them, 9 a.m.
Sam's gonna be your attorney. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elmore versus Caitlin Lawson. Are you Caitlin Lawson? This is 22 CR 0060. What's your year of birth?
2000,
Last four digits of social security number.
0818.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent, okay? If you have questions, step away from the podium. The grand jury of Cumberland County is returning indictment charging you with trafficking controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the third degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance not in the original container. License to be in possession. Fair to have license in possession, unobstructed windshield. So you use a seatbelt. Oh, do you understand those charges? Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor. That was correct.
Ms. Lawson, you shall be back here on August the 12th for negotiations on your case and August 30th for your next court date. Michael Nethery.
Sam will be back. Okay, so we'll be in contact with her.
Michael Nethery. Commonwealth versus Michael Nethery. 22 CR 0020. Are you Michael Nethery?
Yes, sir.
You're here for sentencing today. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation? Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Born in 1964.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are what?
8105.
Okay. Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
Not that I'm aware of, Judge.
Plead guilty to trafficking in controlled substance, first degree, first offense. Defendant shall receive a sentence of 7.5 years, probated, however, for 5 years, probation to be supervised. He shall receive credit for 80 days served on in-home incarceration as of this date. He agrees to be assessed by social service clinicians and follow recommendation. $500 fine, and what are the court costs in this?
Court cost is $215, not
$215, so it'll be a total of $715. You need some time to pay that. Paid at $50 a month, starting 30 days from today. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer over there to,
Your Honor, can the leg monitor be removed?
as soon as probation parole takes him, then you can call and get the leg monitor removed. Jared Norris. Commonwealth versus Jared Norris, 20 CR 0069. Are you Jared Norris?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were born in 1986.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number, 8168.
That's correct.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Now, we should be able to resolve this case. Now, we need one more negotiation day with Ms. Costello.
August the 12th for your next negotiation date and August the 30th. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that? Okay. Robert Purdue. Robert Purdue. Cromwell versus Robert Purdue, 22 CR 0046. Are you Robert Purdue?
Yep. Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Were you born in 1963?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The last four digits of social security number 3514.
3514.
Yeah, we have a pretrial conference.
We just got the lab back in the DUI. Mr. Cross is able to go.
Okay, you have a negotiation day on August the 12th, and the next court date will be August 30th. You're required to be here for both of them as condition of your bond, okay?
Thank
you. Yeah. Chad Reed. Chad Reed. Commonwealth versus Chad Reed. 21 CR 00104. Are you Chad Reed?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth?
1985,
And the last four digits of social security number.
574.
Mr. Garrett, you're listed on here.
Is this a new case?
No, it's a motion I filed. to revoke
Reversion
probation.
revocation.
Okay. What year is that case?
All the way back to last year.
21. I'm curious if Stephanie Scott up here, that's the thing that they're being told.
Go to the bathroom. I'll
What's the deal here, Mr. Stockton?
Well, I got a report from probation parole. There's an EPO taken out by Stephanie Scott in Mr. Reed in Cumberland County, where he allegedly got into an altercation with her. This happened on July the 11th, where he broke her arm and hit her with a hammer. Then she went in and dropped the EPO. And I wanted to see if this actually happened or not, because if he's on probation, this happened, it's not a good thing.
Where is she? Did you tell her to come up here? Y'all want to move over here? You raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and all, nothing but the truth, except for God. You may inquire, Mr. Stockton.
Ms. Scott, are you and Mr. Reed boyfriend, girlfriend, or live together?
We boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. And you took out an EPO with him on July the 11th, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said in that EPO that y'all got into,
We did get in an argument.
and y'all, I guess it turned violent at some point, didn't
Like physically violent?
it? Yes.
No, I mean, there was,
Read
he
you
was
what
hitting
you
a
said.
hammer
What
against
you
the
said.
wall, or
What you said.
You stated that he threw a hammer at
he was hitting the wall with it.
you. You also said that he hopes you died, and that you all were physically fighting, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he hit you, when he hit you, you fell down and broke your left arm.
This is not on that day.
So when you said this, you weren't telling the truth, when you raised your hand under oath and took out this EPO, you told Judge Costello and the clerk a lie, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not trying to say that. My arm was broken, but not that day. I thought I might have wrote a different date on that part of it.
Let me ask you this, is there
Yes.
problems in the home with any kind of substance abuse or anything like that because y'all have this argument?
No, not that day, no.
Not that day, but is
No.
there a problem?
I have a substance abuse problem,
You
yes.
do.
Yes, I do.
You've got a substance abuse problem, you've got a broke arm, you came up here and lied to the clerk, and Mr. Reed's totally innocent. Is that what you're telling the court?
I didn't come up here with an intent to lie to them. My arm was broken, but not on that day. So as far as it being innocent, we argue, but no, he didn't break my.
How did your arm get broken?
We were fussing and I tripped over a cord, but not that day. This was prior.
So he
before
broke your
this.
arm on a different day than this day.
Well, he didn't. I tripped over a cord when we were fussing and he was walking toward me and I fell.
I have no questions.
It's always good not to inquire sometimes because somebody might slip up and tell the truth. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
I don't know, this is typical in every domestic violence case I deal with. Somebody will come out and they'll take out some kind of allegation, and they'll come back and try to deny it. At the time they're mad, I guess now they're not. But there's an underlying problem going on there somewhere. She may be telling the truth when she says she's got a substance abuse problem. I might agree with her on that. I don't know about Mr. B. He's probably not had any positive COVID tests. Maybe she's the one that needs help.
Well, I'm gonna find that there is not sufficient,
You need to marijuana.
she on probation and parole? Who admitted to that? She did or he did?
He did.
Well, Mr. Reed, you have escaped a bad fate here. You know, but I'm telling you that probation and parole has heard this testimony here. If you can't live with this woman in peace and quietude, you need to find someplace else to live, because she's going to get you together, the two of you in your interactions, sent to the penitentiary. And as for you, young lady, I don't believe you. I believe you've lied to me here today. I believe you're in a bad situation. You've done a disservice to yourself and to all other women who come here to get the protection of this court. Every time someone comes up here and does not stand up, and I know it's difficult sometimes. You know, we're here, these EPOs and domestic violence orders are to protect women who are subject to abuse, or men that are subject to abuse. It's very important that you take them seriously. I can't make you tell the truth. But the court, even though you have been less than candid and maybe lied to us, the court's still open to you. If you get hurt again, you get threatened again, you come back up to the clerk's office and you protect yourself. We afford you that opportunity. But before you, and don't hesitate to do it, but the next time this man or any other man hits you or abuses you in any way, you need to stand up and we will protect you. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay, y'all both excused. Absolutely, you know, submit an order.
Yes.
You've done another good job with this guy here. Excellent job. Clay Smith. Commonwealth versus Clay Smith, 22 CR 0050. Are you Clay Smith?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1999?
Yes,
What are the last four digits of your social security number?
3796.
Okay, Mr. Wilkerson, you represent this gentleman?
That's correct.
You have an agreement?
And we do have an agreement, so.
I noticed since you left Mr. Cross's employ, you have a lot more agreements than you do when you're over there. Maybe you just got a different clientele. You think that might be it?
I'm just an agreeable person.
Yeah.
I don't know. So,
Well, he is too. He is too. A motion's been tendered, Mr. Smith. It says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Okay, state your full name.
Clay Gregory Smith.
Okay, are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 0050?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
If I gave you a drug test right now, could you pass it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You believe you've been fully informed about your case?
Yes,
You
sir.
understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
I do.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel to your jury as your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you waive those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided the law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Y'all step to your left. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of or above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, first offense, the defendant shall pay a fine of $200 plus court costs. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow any recommendations. The defendant shall pay a fine and court costs at the discretion of the court. Defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and the defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full and until further request of probation and parole.
Okay, the felony part of this plea, sir, is a diversion. You understand, if you successfully complete the diversion, the case will be dismissed, marked pretrial diverted, you get your record expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
However, if you violate the terms of pretrial diversion, I'll bring you back in front of the court, revoke it, or a pre-sentence investigation report. Since you'll be a convicted felon, that can be used against you in the future and in convictions. However, this DUI plea that you've entered can be enhanced anyway. In other words, you get a DUI, it'll be enhanced with a larger penalty. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty of these acts because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the total cost and fine?
$850.
$850. You need some time to pay that? Pay it today, or you need some time?
I need some time.
Okay, we start paying it at $60 a month. Start your first payment 30 days from today, okay? At the clerk's office. Now, there's a packet there that tells you what other situations you got on a DUI plea. You see that, acknowledge it. Okay. Is there anything else on this case? Okay. Yeah, have you signed that form? Is that your signature on the regular form? Is he signed the DUI plea form?
Oh, the DUI plea form, I'm sorry. We need to sign that. Okay.
That's what we handed. Go over and meet with the probation parole officer over there to get information on the law.
He should be on Zoom, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Cumberland versus Jace Acree. CR 0032. Are you Jace Akery?
Yes.
Give me your year of birth.
9/5/91.
And the last four digits of your social security number.
0836.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Has your attorney gone over the pre-sentence investigation report with you?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty, possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 3 years. He agrees to be assessed by a social service clinician on any recommendation. The sentence is to run concurrently with Wayne Circuit Court 22, case number 22 CR 0001. What are the court costs in this case?
$215.
Court costs are $215. I'll let you pay those starting $30 a month, 30 days from today. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, has he pled guilty in that Wayne County case already?
He hasn't been sentenced, Judge.
He has been sentenced. So I will waive, I guess I could waive the pre-sentence investigation report. What do you think about that?
What are you gonna do, John?
Well, how long ago was that?
I think it was last month. Last month.
Pardon?
This is Stevenson.
I don't know who's saying anything.
He's here for
Megan.
sentencing.
Yeah, he's here for sentencing, Judge.
I'm sentencing him right now. I asked if he'd been sentenced in the Wayne County.
He
Yeah,
has.
you were talking about waiving PSI.
We're doing the sentencing. So this is what I meant to say, is there a pre-sentence investigation report that's been done in Wayne County? Is what I'm trying to get out. But you
Yes,
say he's been sentenced.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all will coordinate the two cases then.
Yeah, he's already on supervision for District 20, which is the Russell Plasky Monticello office.
So would you want him to come see you, or he just goes
He
over
needs to
there?
report to his officer in District 20, which is the Monticello office.
Okay, when you need, as soon as you get clear, you need to report to your officer over there. And on this case, will the paperwork be over there?
I'll send it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
That's all messed up in my mouth. Okay, we have Brian Thompson, active warrant out.
Judge, I would ask to withdraw from that case.
Well, let's wait till we get him back. You can't just leave him hanging out there like this. You know anything about Brian Thompson?
I just know he was, tried to transfer him to Tennessee, he wouldn't report down there.
Okay.
Can I submit your order?
Deshaw Tucker.
Can I submit an order on that?
Well, I'll consider it if you submit one. You're getting rid of all these great cases here today. You won't have anything left to do. Deshaw Tucker is not before the court. Mr. Stockton, Dylan Weaver.
And we'll get both those in NCIC.
Okay, NCIC.
He's Weaver's the first.
Okay, Oldham County.
Your Honor, Mr. Weaver is coming forward. He must not be served.
No, I didn't get served. I seen it online. I seen
When did you see it online?
I heard from my mom. She's locked up in Adair County. She told me that she got indicted, so I assumed I did. So I looked it up on the KY courts or whatever, and I seen that I had been indicted in that court case today.
When did you do that?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay, we'll take him into custody then. And I'll go ahead and when you process him, you bring him back up here. All right.
I'm confused.
Is Oldham County on the line? Oldham County, are you on the line? No, we had Wayne County. We did Wayne County, didn't we? We done what? Wayne County, is Wayne County on the line? Okay. So we're still looking for Oldham County and Wayne County. Adair County is supposed to start in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go downstairs and receive the report of the grand jury right now. So we're in recess. Guys confused. Huh?
Then Mama was fussing because we were like pushed for time and I didn't get snack pack.
You know, Cole, I used to, when I was your age, get out and shoot at the birds with BB guns. You know that? I had a pellet gun. You could use pellets or BBs.
He had a little.
And you know now what I do? I give my wife money so she can buy bird seed. So that's how life changes when you get older.
And it's not taking it, so that's why I had to log on to yours.
Well, I don't understand because
I'm gonna make a sticker for it.
yeah, we had
You got something in Cumberland County? Judge Williams, okay.
Well, I mean.
I think
Mr. Stockton? You want to turn your microphone on? We got Wayne County.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Shelley Crabtree, 22 CR 0068. Are you Shelley Crabtree? Turn the microphone on there, Miss Crabtree. You have somebody turn the microphone on for you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Are you Shelley Crabtree?
Yes. Yes,
You represent the Office of Public Advocacy, or you have an attorney? Mr. Shelley.
it was an appointed one. It was, I can't remember her name.
We've got her, Judge.
Somebody go back there and check on Mr. Sheffield, see if he's
It's been frozen up.
or if he's had a stroke.
But I could hear Brad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just can't
Okay.
hear you.
Well, I'm on there. I don't, Judge, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Mr. Sheffield. You're just freezing up a little bit. This is just for the purpose of arraignment. The grand jury of Cumberland County, Shelley Crabtree, whose listed birth date is 1972, last four digits of her social security number 66.
I don't know if the judge froze up or I did.
I believe he's frozen up now.
Yeah, I think so, because I can't hear him either. We lost him.
Well, somebody go back there and tell Megan the judge is frozen up. I mean, she may know it. I don't know. Oh, let me see. Hey, Megan. Oh, she must be working on. The judge is off now.
When I look at Braden this morning, this.
My shirt was, when I mowed Monday, my shirt was just completely soaked.
I was gonna say, you probably could have rained out.
I had two shirts and I switched them out because I was getting so wet up there. It's been humid.
It's different when you work in an office. You probably sweat a lot more. See, Lonnie, he mowed grass Saturday at 2 o'clock.
Here's it. We're hooked up again. Miss Crabtree, can you hear me now?
Yes,
The
sir.
grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of a controlled substance in the first degree and possession of drug paraphernalia. Mr. Bailiff, will you take that back there to Mr. Sheffield? Mr. Sheffield, you acknowledge the identity of your client, received the indictment, wait formal reading and arraignment, entered plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This lady will need to be available with her attorney on August the 12th for negotiations on the case, and August the 30th. Now, are you being held on other charges up there, Ms. Crabtree?
Just for an old fine.
An old fine. So you got a district court or a circuit?
It's, yeah.
Well, your attorney, regular attorney, Ms. Costello, is out sick today, so she'll be in contact with you. If you don't have any other problems or anything, you need to call her concerning the potential what your bond might be on a charge like this. You might be eligible for a bond. Isn't that right, Mr. Stockton? Would you agree with that? Your microphone's off.
I agree, Your Honor. Miss Costello will contact me.
Okay, when she contacts you, I might sign an agreed order for a bond, but you got those 2 dates, August the 12th and August the 30th.
Yeah, I've already got a bond. There's a bond on my papers.
Okay. So you're not there on our charge, you're there on that fine, right?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, well, you already got a small bond. Let's disregard that. Okay, we'll see you over here on August the 12th and August the 30th, okay?
thank you.
Wayne County, thank you very much. You're excused.
How do I turn this off?
Whenever you get Oldham County, Wayne County's excused. We can go now to Adair County Regional Jail. Do you have somebody else? Who do you have?
You got Anderson. Don't you?
Okay.
Having out there for
Let me think. Brandon Anderson. Are you Brandon Anderson?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. This is 21 CR 00114. Wait. You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hurd, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
Yes, sir.
Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 4 years to serve. He shall receive credit for time served. What's the court cost? $185, and it'll be payable $30 a month, 30 days upon your release. Okay? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Paul Bricker. Versus Paul Bricker. 21 CR 0014, 22 CR 0048. Mr. Stockton, your microphone is off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready for sentencing in this case. Mr. Bricker, you born in 1985?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, your social security number 1839.
Yes, sir.
You looked at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole.
Yes, sir.
It's substantially correct.
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason why the gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Judge.
On a plea of guilty on indictment number 21 CI 00148, possession of a handgun by convicted felon, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 years. On a plea of guilty 21 CR 00148, charge of wanton endangerment, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years. On a plea of guilty indictment number 21 CR 00148, for possession of firearm by a convicted felon, he shall receive 30 years. The 2 to 3 year sentences shall run consecutively for 6 years. The 2 6 year sentences shall run concurrently for 6 years. The Commonwealth opposed probation and the forfeiture orders are there. He has agreed to forfeit the weapons involved. I'm going to, since the sentence is what it is, I'm going to waive court costs. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Christy Brown.
I thought that case was continued. Christy Brown.
There's been a motion for release of records, Mr. Brown, in your case. Continued. You want her there on the negotiation day or just on August 30th?
Just go ahead and set it for August the 12th. That way I can get back to Ms. McCauley.
August the 12th for negotiations and August the 30th is your next court day, okay? Denzel Burton.
Is that the only one?
Commonwealth versus Denzel Burton, 22 CR 0058. What's your year?
When you get the discovery out.
1971 is your year of birth.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security, 1609.
Yes.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Mr. Shuffett is standing in for your regular attorney, which will be Ms. Costello. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with trafficking and controlled substance first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substance in the third degree, possession of controlled substance is not an original container, and being a persistent felony offender on the trafficking charge. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shuffett, I'm sending the indictment back to you. Do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Burton? You received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you'll be here on August the 12th for negotiations, and August the 30th, next court date.
Judge, what is his bond?
That's what I was going to ask. What's pretrial? What's the bond on Mr. Burton?
Same as the district court bond, 10,000 cash with an ankle monitor.
Okay. Has he been in jail all through this since when?
Yes. Since he
Since
was arrested on April 30th.
Well, Mr. Stockton, you and Ms. Costello need to take a look at this gentleman's bond here.
I think he either needs to get it. Well, this is going to be a problem because there's 4 defendants. And based on DPA's past history, they'll probably get about 3 other conflict counts on. It's going to be delayed. But Mr. Burton has 50 cases on his case history. So I don't know what his score was, but it had to be high.
That's the reason it was high, but at some juncture, somebody needs to decide who's going to represent him, Mr. Shuffett, or whether he's going to have conflict counsel, because he does have a right to bring that issue in front of the court.
I agree.
Okay? Mr. Shuffett, will you contact her and see which one of the conflicts and who's going to, so they'll contact Mr. Burton. Okay, Mr. Burton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Christopher Cape. Christopher Cape.
Skip one of the Burtons.
He did.
Which one was that one?
William Burton. William Burton. William, are you Christopher? Well, go ahead, Christopher. Sit down there. Christopher Cape, 22 CR 0064. Are you Christopher Cape?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 5119.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The Office of Public Advocacy, Mr. Shuffett is on the line. You see him there. Mr. Shuffett, wave at him there. Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County is charged with possession of controlled substance to first degree, fleeing or evading the police in the first degree, complicity to tamper with physical evidence, possession of drug paraphernalia, operating a motor vehicle under the influence, criminal littering, failure to eliminate your license plate, equipment of vehicle nuisance or menace, and persistent felony on fleeing, evading, complicity. Mr. Shuffett, the indictments are on the way back. Do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Cape, proceed indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty on his behalf, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Stockton, is this one of the multiple people that?
No, Your Honor. He's a state inmate. We just need to set him for negotiation day. I've already consulted with the assistant Commonwealth attorney from Wayne County.
Yeah, August the 12th and August the 30th. Mr. Cape, you raise your hand. You want to say something? You have the right to remain silent. Have you got a question?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I was under the impression, I thought there was a plea, like agreement in the works, maybe just to go on and give
I
me a
will
chance.
stand by what the agreement is, but you need to get a lawyer appointed and get her paperwork done.
The regular public defender, Mr. Cape, is not here today. She's out sick. She's got COVID. So we'll be back the 30th, and you're already serving your time, right?
Yes, sir.
On that other thing, and so you won't be losing any time, is what Mr. Stockton's telling me. Is that right, Mr. Stockton?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Our case will be concurrent with another case.
Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's bring William Burton back in. Commonwealth versus William Burton, 22 CR 0059. Are you William Burton?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1996.
Sure.
Last four digits, social security number 2964. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Mr. Shuffett is standing in for that purpose, your regular attorney right now. Is this one of the conflict cases?
Yeah, it's one of these four people, two Burtons and.
Okay, the grand jury of Cumberland County, Mr. Burton, has charged you with trafficking a controlled substance, first degree. Possession of controlled substance in the third degree, possession of drug paraphernalia. Possession of controlled substance not in the original container, giving a peace officer a false name or address. Possession of open alcoholic beverage. And being a persistent felony offender, second degree on the trafficking case. You understand those charges, Mr. Burton?
Okay. Yes, sir. I can't think of his last name.
Okay, who's got their microphone on here?
I need to, I don't think he's. I'm forgetting this.
Y'all, Charles, you need to quieten down.
He's going. I'm sorry.
All right, excuse me.
What'd he say?
Sorry about that, Judge.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Burton, I'm giving you this indictment to your attorney. Counsel, you acknowledge receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Burton, there are four of you that are charged here. I don't want you to say anything. I'm just going to inform you of something. It could very well be that you'll have a conflict of interest and you'll have to have separate attorneys. So the regular public defender will be in contact with you soon to see if you sign waivers of dual representation or whether we'll have to have a different attorney appointed for each one of you that are charged. That'll be a decision that will be explained to you later and you can make that decision. You understand that? You understand that, Mr. Burton?
Sir.
You understand what I just told you about multiple representation? There are four of you that are charged. So you'll have to make the decision on whether all four of you can have the same attorney or whether you each want a separate attorney. She'll be with you very soon to discuss that with you. Your next court appearance will be here for negotiation on August 12th, and then it'll be August 30th I don't know what is just this gentleman's bond.
10,000 cash.
Okay, well, then when your new attorney comes and talks to you about it, you can discuss that bond too. It shouldn't be when will she be back in office, Mr. Sheffield? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm hoping for Monday.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Burton. They'll be in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
Alfred Casillas. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Alfred Casillas. 21 CR 00136, 22 CR 0003, 22 CR 0033, 22 CR 0049. Are you Alfred Casillas?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1985.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 5305.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
That's substantially correct. Mr. Sheffield, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On a plea of guilty to indictment number 22 CR 0049 for the charge of burglary in a third degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty, indictment number 22 CR 0049 for the theft by an unlawful taking or disposition, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty, indictment number 22 CR 003 for the charge of possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. Upon a plea of guilty to indictment number 22 CR 0033 for the charge of possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year. 2 5-year sentences under 49 shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. The 2 1-year sentences under 00003 and indictment 0033 shall run concurrently for 1 year. The 5-year sentence in 49, the 1-year sentence under 03 and 33 shall run concurrently for a total of 5 years. The defendant shall pay restitution in the amount of $1,200 under indictment number 49. What are the court costs?
All three cases
Yeah.
together is,
I'm gonna merge them.
okay, so they total $1,445.
Was there a DUI in here?
No, he has that recitation.
Okay, well, I just want the court costs.
So $185.
Okay, so it'd be $1,385.
Oh, yeah.
$1,385, and you'll pay that after you get out at $100 a month. And that shall apply first to restitution and then to court costs at the end of it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lance Humphrey. Lance Humphrey. Commonwealth versus Lance Humphrey, 21 CR 0018, 22 CR 0057. Now, 018 is a probation revocation and 0057 is an arraignment. So you have the right to remain silent, Mr. Humphrey. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with tampering with a prisoner monitoring device and escape in the second degree and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, they're bringing you back the indictment. You acknowledge Mr. Humphrey. Mr. Humphrey, you were born in 1996, did you say?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 5319.
Yes, sir.
So you acknowledge the identity of this client, received indictment, away formal reading and arraignment, here plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. We will pass over the probation revocation. Until
Yes, Your Honor.
there's a negotiation scheduled for August the 12th and the next court appearance August 30th, both of them conditions of bond. Charles McCoy. You want to wait and bring him at the end of the docket?
Well, he refused to come to court today. He said his throat was hurting, so he just refused to come in here today. That's what he was letting me know.
We having him evaluated. Have we done an order to have him evaluated by KCPC, Your Honor? If not, I'm requesting one. I think we've already done it, but he's probably not been seen yet.
I don't think he's been seen yet.
We don't have a copy of an order.
Yeah, we did an order on March 31st. So our office will call KCPC and see when they might get to him.
You send the clerk's office a copy of the order.
Yeah, we will.
They don't seem to have it in the file. Well, tell Charles we hope he feels better and we didn't mean to inconvenience him.
Thank you.
April Nethery. April Nethery. Are you April Nethery?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1981?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 5139.
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0066. You're here for arraignment. Your attorney is online. Your regular attorney's out today. She'll be in contact with you. You have a right to remain silent. The charge is possession. Grand jury Cumberland County is returning an indictment charging you possession of a handgun by a convicted felon, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, wait for more reading and arraignment, interpleading not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, August the 12th for negotiations and August the 30th. And your attorney will be in contact with you. Gene Parrish. Commonwealth versus Gene Parrish. 22 CR 0053. Are you Gene Parrish?
Sir.
Born in 1989.
Yep.
Last four digits, social security number 9523.
Yes.
You're here for a pre-trial conference. What do you have, Mr. Sheffield?
Your Honor, we have a felony plea for the court to consider.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Parrish, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named under indictment number 22 CR 0053?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and review the evidence? Do you feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney? Okay, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go through them, and at the end of them, I'm going to ask you if you understand them, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You know that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights, and I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation of the Commonwealth and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I will inform you of such. You have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Parrish will plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 1 year to serve. This will run consecutively to Cumberland Circuit Court, case number 19 CR 40. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. All evidence in this case will be destroyed and pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
What is the court cost?
$185.
$185. Is this what you agreed to?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm already a state inmate. I was gonna see if we could, maybe waive, you know what I'm saying, do away with the PSI and go ahead and get it taken care of today.
I'll agree to do that. And how long is your other sentence, Mr. Perry?
The 3-year sentence.
So it's be a total of 4 years. Then?
He was just deferred from parole. He's not eligible
Transportation.
until April.
Cumberland County.
The transport, so that'll be, Thomas Jack.
Yes.
Yeah.
April of 23.
Okay, well, you're going to be in there just a little while, it appears. So I'll when you get out, you can pay the court cost of $184, but you won't have to pay it till 30 days after you get out. You can pay it $30 a month, 30 days after you get out. So I'll waive a pre-sentence investigation report and go ahead and enter the judgment roll and go ahead and make it consecutive to your other charge. Okay. Realize by entering a guilty plea, it wasn't by entering this guilty plea that this could be used against you in the future if you have other felony convictions. You understand that?
Sir.
Okay. You have this, and you signed the document on this agreement. Do you have that with you, Mr. Sheffield? Could you hold that up the camera? Is that your signature on there, sir? Okay, we'll all accept it and enter the judgment. Thank you very much. Caitlin Riddle. Commonwealth versus Caitlin Riddle, 22 CR 0014. Are you Caitlin Riddle?
Yes, Your
You're here today for a diversion revocation. What is that? You were born in 2001.
Yes.
And the last 4 digits, Social Security number 4568.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what do you got here, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Ms. Riddle has a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance, first degree. She was initially evaluated for drug court, but she was rejected because Mr. Murphy said she didn't have a drug problem. She wouldn't admit to a drug problem. Later on, she was placed on supervision. She failed to report. I think she was tracked down in Mercer County with the assistance of her mother. At that point in time, she also tested positive for methamphetamine.
Judge, we don't dispute those allegations by the Commonwealth. I've talked to Mr. Stockton and Miss Riddle, and I think Miss Riddle is hoping that the court and the Commonwealth would allow her to be reconsidered for drug court. She does admit to having a problem and does think that would be the best course of action for her.
You want to let her make one final run at it, Mr. Stockton?
I will, on the condition she stays in custody until she's accepted, and she'll have absolutely no contact with her co-defendant in one of her cases, James Hurst.
Can you do that, Ms. Riddle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll sign the referral and we'll get you evaluated. If they accept it, I'll let you out on the day of your orientation. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Corey Sanford. Yeah, Commonwealth versus Corey Sanford. Here for sentencing. Are you Corey Sanford?
Yes, sir.
We're on 22 CR 0036. What is your year of birth?
1990.
And what's the last four digits of your social security number?
4109.
You here for, have you had an opportunity to look at pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yeah.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, 2 counts, defendant shall receive 2 years on each count to run consecutively for a total of 4 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. He shall enter the drug court and he shall remain incarcerated till the morning of orientation.
He was accepted this morning, Your Honor.
Well, so he'll remain there until orientation is set up. Court cost is what?
$215.
$215. I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month, starting 30 days after your release. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck in drug court.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stacy Shelley.
They're going to get her.
Okay, let's do Christopher Tull then.
Who?
Christopher Tooley or Tull?
Tool, I think.
Tool. Christopher Toole, Tuell.
Okay, he wasn't on my list. I have them get him too, because he
Okay,
wasn't on my.
Joshua Vibert.
Did you, I've got Charles Brown here. That's, he was on my list today. Is he not supposed to be on there today?
Who?
Charles Brown?
He was continued by agreed order.
Okay, so I don't, and then Christina Murphy?
Well, what? Hers was continued also.
Kevin Newton?
He
Continued
was
also?
Well, let me just tell you the ones that I've got on my list, and then after we finish my list, then we'll go over your list, okay? Stacy, how about Jim Webb?
I've got Jim Webb on mine.
Okay, well, let's call Jim Webb. Is he in there?
I got Jacob Boris.
I'll take him.
All right,
file.
I need people.
Jacob Boris.
Yes, please. I don't have anybody in here.
Commonwealth versus Jacob Boris. 16
16
CR 0077, 17 CR 0029, 20 CR 005. Are you Jacob Boris?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you say your last name? How you say your last name?
Boris.
Boris, okay. You born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number 5782.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a revocation of diversion and a probation revocation. We got Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Voorhis' third arrest while he's been on probation. And the last time, I've got Officer Garner here, the last time he was stopped, new misdemeanor arrest, I believe it was in Cumberland County. No, I'm sorry, I'll get the right one here in a minute. Yeah, and he was charged with DUI and they did a PBT sample. I'm sorry. He gave a breath sample and registered .168 on a DUI. If you recall, I have Mr. Garner testify to all this. Mr. Voorhees was the one incarcerated in Adair County and he started having, couldn't see or whatever, and we released him. So he got the doctor, I think he's got multiple sclerosis, but he continues to get out and violate the law. And this is a DUI with a high sample.
Okay, you can get behind the podium here.
Your Honor, may I respond before we get into the testimony?
We would want the facts to get in your way. Mr. Cross, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Stockton he's correct in that Mr. Voris has been arrested 3 times. The Metcalfe County case, he was pretrial diverted on an assault. It was a very iffy case. He does have Mr. Stockton's on point, 3 things. Number 1, he's got double vision. Number 2, he's got a DUI. And number 3, he has multiple sclerosis. He does suffer from double vision. We've got an application pending with the Social Security Administration for benefits for him. I think once it's processed, it will be approved. Now, he's not been convicted of DUI, and he has a lot of health issues, a lot of health problems. I would suggest that we pass the revocation because he's not yet been convicted and he's not in a position to testify in that regard. And B, because of his severe health problems, put him on an ankle monitor and let him stay with his parents. And I can't explain why he's out apparently and had been consuming alcohol. I know that's the big question, but due to the complexity of the health issues and the fact that the case is still pending, I don't think we've even been arraigned on it yet. I would request that the revocation be passed and we make some provision where he can get out. And he does have a doctor in Louisville, is the only doctor that he sees on this. And we're trying to get him treated, trying to get him where he can hopefully recover. But and I realize what Mr. Stockton is going to say is going out and consuming alcohol and driving is not going to help him get better. And I agree with that. But again, I ask that the matter just be passed and we sort through the DUI, try to get this man out where he can be receiving the medical benefits he needs.
Officer, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stockton, you may inquire.
How long have you been
You
supervising?
need to speak up.
Okay, how long have you been supervising Mr. Voorhees?
Since I was hired on in 2019.
Okay, and during that time, has he been arrested
Yes,
on various offenses?
yes.
And the last arrest, when was that? For the July the 10th, 2022.
Yeah, the last one was July the 10th.
And what was he charged with?
Operating motor vehicle under the influence, possession of alcoholic beverage, open container, rear license not illuminated, and failure to notify address change.
How did you find out about that arrest?
I was notified when he got the citation.
Who notified you?
The Justice Exchange.
Justice. Mr. Voorhees didn't report, I guess, too.
Not on that.
Okay, now, based on the DUI,
Could y'all speak up just a little?
did you get the DUI? Did you get the citation once he was charged?
I did.
And did it reveal that he was tested for alcohol during the time?
It did.
And what was the readout on that?
It says he gave a breath sample of 0.68 on the intoxilizer 8,000 instrument, and that he advised that he did not. That's what I've got. 0.68 on the intoxilizer.
0.168?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have any other violations? Was he outside the county where he was living when this happened?
Say it again.
Where's his residence?
I don't have that on here. I have to look at the computer.
You have access to that?
I do.
Okay.
He last reported 2117 Little Reno Road in Burkesville.
Okay. And are you able to verify that's where he was living?
I have not actually been to his address to confirm that.
Okay. Is it legal for Mr. Voorhees to have alcohol while on probation?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you have an open container also in the citation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it part of his probation that he was to attend treatment?
Yes, sir.
Has he done that?
No.
Okay.
Ross, you want to ask any questions?
Mr. Voris, or excuse me, officer, did Mr. Voris, I couldn't quite understand part of your testimony. Did Mr. Voris notify you of his arrest after he was released?
He did not make, I made contact with him once I was notified. He did not make contact with me.
Okay, and that was, I think, the day after he got out or the day he got out, almost immediately.
Yeah, I found out about it pretty quick.
Yeah, and he came in to see you voluntarily that day, didn't he?
He did.
What statements, if any, did he give you regarding this incident?
He signed an admission to the use of alcohol, is what he admitted to using alcohol.
Okay. Did he admit anything else or give you any extenuating reasons for any issues that he had?
To be honest, the conversation that we had prior to him being arrested was that he was taking his kids fishing, and I granted him permission. And then after he was released, he told me that, yeah, while he was fishing with his children, that he had a few.
Okay. Now, this arrest over in Metcalfe County for assault, that was pretrial diverted, wasn't it?
He asked you if it was pre-trial diverted in Metcalfe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, all right. And other than those two incidents, since he's been released from jail last time, he's been very cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you know about his health issues.
I am aware that he suffers from a medical diagnosis. To the extent of anything beyond that, I have not delved into his personal business to deal with his medical issues.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
No reader.
Yeah, I have a question too for my information. This 20 CR 005 case. He pled guilty in 20 CR 005.
I'd have to go back and look at the Commonwealth software.
Evidently, it has to be a felony or it wouldn't be on. 20 CR 005.
3 years.
3 years on possession on that case.
Okay, how can he do a pretrial diversion if he's on probation?
May have been my mistake.
Well, it was in Metcalfe County.
Well, they shouldn't have done it.
Well, they shouldn't have done it. And or he was already on on two other pretrial diversions and a probation, and they did a diversion over there. So I don't even think he was eligible for pretrial diversion over there. So you ought to contact the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and tell them the era over there.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any argument, Mr. Cross made his argument before we heard the testimony.
Your Honor, I'm going to inquire of Mr. Voris if he wants to testify. He's heard the testimony that he and I have spoken before he went into jail. Jacob, do you want to say anything today? Do you want to testify?
Hey, I don't have a whole lot.
Just yes or no, and then if you do, they'll swear you. But if you have anything that you could add that you think would be helpful, we'll put you on.
Yeah, I mean,
You have the right not to testify. Anything you say in this testimony can and will be used against you. You understand that? Raise your right hand. I swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Jacob, tell us your health status.
Right now, it's double vision. I have some speech problems, right side weakness. I have no balance, hardly whatsoever. Don't even let me go up and down the steps here at the jail. I use the elevator. I have brain fog.
Are you
I suffer-
seeing the U of L Hospital Multiple Sclerosis Clinic?
Yes, sir. And I see Dr. Louie at the neurology in Louisville.
Okay. Do you have any appointments scheduled with them now?
I have an appointment scheduled for the MS clinic. I have one that I'm supposed to go to the neurologist again if and when I get released. If I get released, I'm supposed to go to the neurologist.
Jacob, I think this probation stuff's a lot more important than the DUI. What were you doing before you got arrested for DUI?
I took my kids fishing earlier that day.
Where was that, sir?
That was at the Pay Lake in Barron County.
Okay. And at what point in time were you arrested that day?
It's early, late in the night. It's 11:30, almost 12 o'clock that night.
Where were you going and what were you doing, son?
I took my kids home earlier that day. I went back, I entered the tournament, went fishing, and I actually don't even know what I was doing out there, like going to town, honestly.
Entered a fishing tournament at the Pay Lake?
Yep. I got second.
Okay. And you tested pretty high, Jacob. Do you know how much you had to drink that day?
12, 14 beers.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
There had been a time where I hadn't been drinking a lot that day, and I drank a half a beer right before I pulled into the hospital.
Okay, what do you have, Mr. Stockton?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Okay, you want to make your statement?
I do, Your Honor. You know, I take no pleasure in this. Mr. Voorhees has medical issues, but he is the last person in the world that needs to be out driving DUI with his health problems, with his double vision and brain fog and drinking 12 to 14 beers a day. You know, one of the biggest problems I have going to sleep at night is there's been too many people here in Cumberland County died as a result of DUIs, and people just here lately, I can name on my fingers, good people, good citizens. And it's got to stop. I mean, you can't be running around on probation drinking 12 to 14 beers and using your health problems as an excuse.
You have made your other arguments. You have anything briefly, Mr. Cross?
No, Your Honor, I know you're going to revoke him. I just hope that we can make arrangements to get him to Louisville and back for his medical appointments.
I'm going to revoke his probation, and on the pretrial diversions, I guess I'll have to, you can waive those pre-sentence investigation reports, or I can do those. He's a state prisoner right now. I just revoked him.
I think we ought to pass it, Your Honor, to next month to be sure that.
I'm gonna revoke him, and then I'm on the probation and sign the order today for him to serve the time indicated in 20 CR 005. I ordered a pre-sentence investigation report done on 16 CR 0077 and 17 CR 0079, and set that for August the 30th. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand.
Now, do we have Joshua Vibert there?
We do, sir.
Joshua Vibert. Commonwealth versus Joshua Vibert, 22 CR 0021 and 22 CR 0069. Mr. Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Stockton and I are looking at an agreement for drug court on this, but as far as an agreement on the sentencing, as I often say, I don't want to set Mr. Vibert up to fail, so I'm going to have to go up and meet with Mr. Vibert and talk with Mr. Stockton, but I think it's appropriate to have Mr. Vibert assessed for drug court while we're doing that.
Okay, there's an arraignment in 220069 for Mr. Vibert. The grand jury of Cumberland County returned an indictment charging Mr. Vibert with tampering with a prisoner monitoring device and escape in the second degree. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty for Mr. Vibert.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
We can put him on for the August 12th date and have him assessed for drug court. I have no objection.
Well, here's the thing about it. He's charged with escape and monitoring a device. I don't really think he's enhanced himself for getting into drug court by already violating the orders of this court and cutting off a device and escaping. So I'll just tell you, it's a little dicey as far as I'm concerned on that. But we'll schedule him for August the 12th and August the 30th. Okay.
Okay.
Both of them conditions.
Josh, we'll be up to see you next week.
Stacy,
Thank you.
do you have Christopher Tull there now?
Stacy Shelley refused. And I have Tammy.
Well, let me tell you something. Y'all get somebody and bring her out here.
Stacy.
They're not going to be. This is not an invitation. If you have to shackle her, bring her out.
Yes, sir. Give me just a second. Let me radio them and let them know.
Yeah.
I need Stacy Shelley.
No, absolutely not.
He said if you got shackle, bring her out here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Are they done? Because it's
No,
gonna take
they're
a little
not
bit, and I'm gonna
done.
drive about 30.
No, they're
Okay,
not done yet.
I've got Tammy Weaver and Jim Webb also.
I've got both of them up here.
Well, let's do this before we get into the other thing, okay?
All right, which one you want first?
Tammy Weaver.
All right.
Commonwealth versus Tammy Weaver, 22 CR 0073. Are you Tammy Weaver?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
No problem. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You were born in 1978. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the last four digits of social security number is 6306, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Weaver, you have the right to remain silent. Your attorney, Mr. Shuffett, is on the line standing in for Ms. Costello. The grand jury has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of controlled substances not in original container, and being a persistent felony offender as far as the trafficking is concerned. Counselor, I'm sending the indictment back to you. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I will set her for negotiations on August 12th, and the next court appearance is on August the 30th, okay? Now we have.
Could I inquire about her bond?
Well, you can inquire about it. What is her bond?
My bond's 30, but I'm pretty sure she has a probation violation.
Being held on a probation violation too? No.
No, sir, they decided not to revoke me. I went to court on the 13th. I wasn't revoked.
She was not revoked in Allen County, so that's done.
Okay, she wasn't revoked in Allen County. What is her bond?
10,000.
Like she might have a probation holdout of Adair County. She's got a 1.5-year sentence on a 21 CR 97.
Yeah, yes, sir. I went to court for that. Oh, I wasn't revoked. I just went to court on the 13th, sir.
Well, I'm going to require a hearing on this, so I have Ms. Costello. I need to find out what all's going on here.
I'm not worried that Jerry County, you're gonna have to check on that.
Yeah. Allen County is what we had down. Is where you went to court in Allen County, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Originally, I was on probation in Allen County. They transferred it to Burkeville because that's where I'm living.
Okay, well, what about your Adair County thing? You got something in Adair County?
No, sir. Just this Cumberland case is the only case I have in Adair.
Court net must be incorrect because it's showing Adair County 21 CR 97.
I think she served out of that, Jesse, if you look at her
Yes.
stock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we'll just, when your attorney will be up to see you, and Mr. Stockton's aware of the situation, and if, what is the, ma'am, I'm asking pretrial this question, not you, okay? What did I have her bond, the conditions and the amount of her bond set?
20,000 surety and the standard curfew.
You don't have anybody make a surety bond for you? They don't have, it doesn't cost them any money. They just gotta sign it.
Yes, I have someone that could sign a surety bond.
Okay, well, the bond doesn't need to be changed and it's court approved.
Sir, would they have to put up their property?
No, they have to get approved by the circuit clerk that.
The Adair County case is done. She's already been filed.
Okay.
She's
Okay, but they wouldn't.
She served out on the Adair County case. Okay.
Yeah.
$20,000 with the curfew, the bond stays the same. Now we have Jim Webb.
Yes, I got him right here too, sir. They're going to get Stacy Shelley.
Okay. Did we do Christopher Toole? How about Christopher Toole? Do you have him there too?
They're supposed to be going to get him.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Jim Webb, 22 CR 0062. Are you Jim Webb?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1987?
Sure.
Last four digits of your social security number, 8935.
Sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, possession of controlled substance in the second degree, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Do you understand those charges?
Sir.
Okay, Counselor, the indictment's on the way back to you. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, away from Regan, Ray, plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions for Mr. Webb, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Schedule Mr. Webb for August the 12th for a conference negotiation, August 30th for the next court date. Okay, now let's bring up Christopher.
Judge, what is Mr. Webb's bond?
Pretrial, what is Mr. Webb's bond?
25,000 cash, but I'm showing he had a holder out of Tennessee that he was supposed to have been extradited on, but I don't think he's made bond to be taken down there yet.
Okay. Okay, Christopher Toole. Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Christopher Toole. Christopher Toole.
They're going to get him now.
Do what?
They're going to get them now.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem.
Come on. Okay, I got Stacy Shelley here.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Stacy Shelley, 21 CR 00156. Are you Stacy Shelley?
I am.
Okay, you born in 1981?
Sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are what?
3557.
3507?
3557.
3557. Okay, I have you on here for a pretrial conference and it says a motion to suppress. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
We've already heard the motion to suppress. You overruled that. My understanding, she was going to do a plea today, but if she didn't want to appear, I don't know what's going to happen.
Your Honor, I understood that she'd been voted into drug court this morning and that's, we would do whatever documentation necessary to release her. And Stacy, they reported that you didn't want to come out here this morning. Was that true?
That is very true. I wanted to be here all along.
No, I'm talking about coming before the court
I didn't even know I had to be here.
on video.
They didn't even tell me.
Oh, they didn't tell you. Okay,
They didn't tell me at all.
well.
I just got out of the shower and they just told me.
You never told anybody you didn't want to come here.
It's okay. I'm going to overlook that, Mr. Cross.
Thank you.
What kind of plea was there?
It was 3 years on possession, pretrial diverted for 5 years. And she would, says SSC, but I thought we changed it to drug court because she's been evaluated and been accepted in there.
So if she enters a motion for pretrial diversion, then she can be released to go in drug court as soon as she gets oriented. Is that right? Did I say something funny, Miss Shelley? Could you share your humorous reaction with us? We've had a hard day here. Maybe you could make us have a moment of humor here.
Stacy, is everything all right, Stacy?
Yeah, everything's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're smiling. This is nothing you need to be smiling about, except that you're going to get out soon, hopefully, okay?
Hope so, yeah. That's what I've been hoping for.
Your list.
Your Honor, she's agreed to the drug court. She's been accepted, whatever we have to do to execute the
You don't get
documentation.
into drug court unless you've entered a plea on something.
Well,
So
we can-
I'm here to see if she wants to enter a plea. If she doesn't want to enter.
Your Honor, she entered a plea previous, final
What?
sentenced, and you thought she was under the influence that day. So
Did she enter a plea last?
we just need to modify the plea agreement to reflect drug court.
What?
Correct, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, I don't know if she actually got through it or not. I don't know if they ever entered. the place, but I'm
She
not
was
aware.
under- She didn't get through it. She was under the influence. I couldn't take the plea. Okay, now, does she want to enter that plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ma'am, do you want to enter a plea on a pretrial diversion?
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
Okay.
Have a trial.
Okay, we'll see you here on August the 30th.
Stacy, did you understand the question?
I'm finished with Stacy. She can go back and enjoy the comfort of her jail cell in the Dare County Jail. And y'all need to consider a mental evaluation on this lady. There's something wrong with you, Stacy. You had an opportunity to enter a plea. You came up here intoxicated last time. You know, there's something going on with you. You need some help. I'm not being mean to you. Okay. Is there anybody else there in Adair County that we haven't seen?
I do have Mr. Tool.
Christopher Toole.
She was just the happiest person I've ever seen. Jay.
Christopher Toole. Commonwealth versus Christopher Toole, 21 CR 0083. Are you Christopher Toole?
Yes, sir.
You're here for arraignment. Were you born in 1978?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number, 5822.
Sir.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney is there. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, operating your motor vehicle with expired license, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, possession of alcoholic beverage container, expired registration plate, equipment not properly operating or menace. You understand those charges?
Sir.
Counselor, the indictment's on the way back to you. Do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Toole, or receive indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Toole will be here on August the 12th for negotiation and August the 30th for the next trial date. Mr. Stockton, is that everybody in Adair County that we have?
What about Dylan Weaver?
Do we have anybody else in Adair County?
I'm not seeing anybody on the list.
Your Honor, could we inquire briefly on Mr. Toole's bond?
The 50,000 surety, he's a high FTA risk. He apparently has some cases out of state pending that he's failed to appear on numerous times.
Okay, you can request a hearing on that, Mr. Sheffield, if you want one. Okay, Adair County, do you have anybody else that you think is supposed to be scheduled on the docket today?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Sorry about all
No
that.
problem, no problem. It's okay. Mr. Stockton, will you come back in the courtroom?
We have 2 cases from Clinton County, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
you need me in the courtroom?
In the courtroom.
Okay. They left it out there.
Hold on, so I can hear you.
Well, I'll have some. I'll get you some. Hey, you go, we'll get you some.
Well, okay.
He's not out of one, but he has an one.
You got these 2 Clinton County cases here.
Yeah.
Are they on the line?
They were when I just walked out.
No, I'm just saying, I don't have it, I didn't know that they were on, I don't know.
But Brown was on for sentencing.
You said 2 though.
Well, Tracy Thurman was wanting to see if y'all would set a bond on Albertson because he got that bad.
Blood clots.
Yeah, his leg.
Okay, who is it? We got, who you have there, Tracy? Who y'all have?
We got Timothy Adam Brown and Troy, Tony Alberson.
Okay, let's do Mr. Brown here. Timothy Brown. Are you Timothy Brown?
Yes, sir.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Brown?
1488.
Okay, this is 22 CR 0022. Looks like we have a jury verdict here. Have you had an let's see here. You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, is it substantially correct? Who's representing Mr. Brown's representing himself? There's no reason that Mr. Brown should not be sentenced. Mr. Brown's sentenced to a term of 3 years. He shall receive, however, jail credit in the time that he's done on this. What are the court costs? Oh, I know. What are the court costs here?
It'd be $155.
$155, and I'll let you pay that starting $30 a month, 30 days after you're released from jail. Okay, thank you very much. Now, who is the next person that we got? Mr. Alberson, is that correct?
Yes. Tony Alverson.
Yeah. Mr. Albertson, I understand that you're having some health problems. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, I've got a serious.
I don't need for you, you're on broadcast. I'm gonna respect your privacy. The jailer has previously talked to the Commonwealth Attorney and me concerning your situation. You're in public advocacies there. So you have an appointment set up with a neurologist, is that right? Or what kind of doctor is it?
I gotta go get surgery.
When is that appointment, Mr. Jailer? When is his appointment?
August the 4th.
August the 4th. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is release you on August the 4th on a bond. I'm just going to let you sign your own bond on August the 4th. That way you can have anybody you want to transport you up there. But the conditions of your bond will be that after you receive treatment, of course, you can stay in any hospital or anything as long as you want to. And after you receive treatment, you should go home and not be out gomming around anywhere, okay?
Well, the doctor said if my foot was turning black to go ahead and rush me over there. He's been doing that yesterday on me. Could I get these boys to take me on over there?
Over where?
To the surgeon. He said if it turned black again, not get no blood flow to rush me over there. And he done that yesterday on me.
I'd release him myself.
Okay, well, I'll just do an ROR on you and release you today.
Could my wife take me on over there today?
Yeah, you're gonna get released today, but the condition of your bond, after you sign your ROR bond, that's under cognizance. The conditions of your bond are that you can go to the doctor, the hospital, or home or church. That's your condition, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Do we have anybody else in Clinton County? Okay, thank y'all very much.
Your Honor.
Yes.
What will his next court date be?
Let's do the September motion day.
The court date will be September the 22nd.
22nd.
September, do what?
September
Oh, no, what? No, wait. Let me check and see what the Clinton County, I gave the wrong date.
September the 8th.
September the 8th. Okay, that'll be his court date, September the 8th. Okay, that concludes this session.
Might just do it, Mike does. So I don't know what to say. I didn't know how Judge Williams gonna do. I just stuck it in my pocket. I wrote it down. I had it in my pocket, I guess, from last time. I caught the coach a few weeks ago for the second time, so I guess I'm in for a while. Oh, yeah. I just, I'm doing domestic stuff. I got too old for domestic stuff. I heard the stuff. Yeah, me too. It's just, I'm climbing my own life. I called over there from Jack's office, asked me to take a case, and I was court. It's on a Thursday, week after next. You know what I'm talking about? Is it a juvenile or something? Yeah, and it's a murder. Yeah. There was a child, I think it's the one where this guy was on top of the child on dope, and then this mother smothered the child. That made it wild. Right. So, what's his name? Not right off. The child's in custody. I mean, child's with a cat. No danger like that. No.
I appreciate it. I enjoyed it when I was in law school. I really liked that. Cases were much more interesting. It was just, just found in practice, it was just more frustrating. Oh, really? Yeah. But I think it's a great way to learn. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was, my neighbors, great bunch. They work hard, they do good work, they're overwhelmed. Yeah. I'm very sensitive to that. And I actually probably meet with the county attorney pretty soon to make sure I'm not crossing that. Some things are can be both, and Judge sometimes you have to elect them. Yeah. It's like a deal of restitution, a person can sue. They have to actually have to do something with the process. Doesn't need restitution. Yeah, of course, it's state restitution. More restitution. Yeah. Another person was swindled. It was in. I was in civil, so when the guy's in jail. That's not going anywhere, so. Right, well, we didn't do it that way, because again, as I say, it's because it was criminal offense.
institutions was really the only thing that makes sense. That's about my only way for the laws.
It's full of turns. I mean, it's up there 40 plus.
You know, remember we had a.
Jack Man's still there.
He is, he's still master commissioner.
Somebody in his office.
Well, Molly, but Marty, she went over with her.
Oh, is that the one that's gonna keep it?
Well, you know, again, I'm out.
She was in this case.
I'm in Wayne County, so. I'm not really privy to what happened. I think Jody Vendors does some of the excess or conflict work. I think Molly maybe does some. It isn't up to the senior
Jack
judge.
Jack's up there. I don't know, it is 80s.
Least. Yeah.
If not,
Well, that should, I'd say. He had some health problems, but he bounced back pretty well.
I think we had black face Jack, and I guess it was all. There was some fortune coming forward. I don't know. He very well, I understand very well, I'm hearing. I think he managed that at all. I think we resolved whatever it was, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think he had a case or two in Wayne, because I think Jim Fraser had something with him. No, he's still working. So I'm just wondering if that. Good. He's good office, mate. I don't know. I think so. I mean, the only reason I say
collection cases.
We're Miss Macros. It's been a while, but somebody came to our Monticello office with the folks at his office.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just tried to deliver a package to him. And so I looked up his new address and gave that to the delivery person. So he yes, so is that, and he was divorced, he and his wife divorced. Oh, which was both surprising and unfortunate. I don't know. You know, like what? So.
Just something exclusive, but I guess.
I think he is. I mean,
he practiced with for a while.
He was close.
I don't know. They had a lot of assistants.
Yeah, he's got a, I guess he's got a website.
Okay. Do a lot of collection.
This is a personal injury. So.
Well,
I just, you know, never seen.
I don't get too many personal injuries. Yeah, I just don't get enough of it. Used to when I was younger, I had them all. Then with somebody not so start getting
It's like me, she's got 1 foot in Wayne, so I have something for her.
that. Need big on inch for that. Say that's something I got out of years and years ago.
If I approach one of you clerks, there's a gentleman here, and I think he's here on the wrong day. I don't want to send him away. He showed me that's.
Oh, yeah, he's supposed to be tomorrow between now.
Yeah. This case comes up tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Sitting there. Did you hear me? Right there, where the last cover off. Yes, yeah, you can go over that with it. Have to sit there and freeze that like that. You can avoid it.
Ready for a Dare County child support.
Good evening, Judge.
Okay, Adair County. I guess we had the Adair County civil docket first. Is there anything on the civil docket?
Judge, this is Elmer. I've got one.
Okay. Okay, I can't see you.
Well, I don't know why my picture's not coming up, but it might be to your benefit that you can't see me.
We can hear you. You're on the record.
All right.
The only two people I have trouble with are getting on the record here. You and Bobby Richardson. Now, you think what's?
Is that because we're Democrats?
Well, I wasn't aware you still were, but I don't know. What do you have here? Alec Thomas Bryant versus Terry Lynn Bryant.
Judge, I'd made a motion for a rule to hold him in contempt. You had ordered him to pay certain bills during the course of the marriage that were incurred during the marriage, and he has failed to pay them, and she's paid off $13,000 worth plus of what he's supposed to pay. And I need a rural returnable.
Is Alec Thomas Bryant in the courtroom today? Did you give him notice to be here at the Cumberland Circuit Court?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, well, just submit an order for my review and I'll modify it if necessary, okay?
All right, thanks, Judge. May I be
Thank you. Have a
excused?
great day. Yeah,
Same to you, Judge. Appreciate you.
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Adair Circuit Court Child Support Docket.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Tara Dean versus Alan Sparks, 12 CI 00224.
Your Honor, we're asking for a order to review this on September 22nd. Mr. Sparks is in.
Are you here on this case, sir?
Excuse me?
Are you here on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on up to the podium here. What's your name, sir?
Richard Allen Sparks.
Okay, Mr. Sparks is here today. You can see
Yeah,
her.
My office had contacted the place where he was in, I think, a rehabilitation facility, and they contacted them this week, and he was still there. Is that correct? Are you still there, Mr. Sparks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we were going to pass that to September the 22nd to see what his status is at that time, Your Honor.
May I speak?
Sure.
I just want to make a statement. I'll pay whatever, for my daughter because I love her, but I haven't seen her in 4 years. And the court order, she's in violation of a felony, which is custodial interference under the kidnapping statute, which is a Class D felony. If that child.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
I don't have jurisdiction over anything.
Okay.
The only thing I have is a child support docket. Now, I would advise you that if you feel like that your former spouse is in violation of the order, that you need to get an attorney.
Yes, sir.
And you need to file in the circuit court. Now, I don't know why I have this case, but if the judge disqualifies herself up there again and they send it back to me, I would be glad. But you need to file motions to protect that. Those are two separate and distinct things from the
Thank
child
you.
support.
I will, sir.
Okay? So what we're going to do is you be present here on September 22nd. And if you'll be in contact or have your attorney get in contact with the county attorney child support office in Dare County, see if y'all can work out an agreement, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks.
Okay, now we have Richard Allen Sparks versus Megan Ashley Sparks. That's you also, is that a different case?
He is the custodial parent on that one. She signed an agreed order to have $492.50 paid by September the 21st. And if she's not, she's supposed to appear on September the 22nd at 1:30 for the motion.
Okay, I'll sign that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. We'll send them your way. Thank you so much.
Okay.
May I be excused?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, the civil docket, Samantha Page versus Matthew J. Page. Hello.
Jacqueline Sawyers and Wanda White on behalf of Samantha. Now Garrett.
Okay.
That's our motion. Mr. Carter and I have been, and Ms. White and I have been discussing a potential resolution. I think the only thing that we don't have an agreement on at this point in time is our request for a guardian ad litem for the minor child.
Well, if you have agreement on everything else, well, you need a guardian ad litem.
Our agreement is that we would pass this case and place it on the Domestic Relations Commissioner's docket and get a full evidentiary hearing before him. I think, and we're working on a 50-50 parenting schedule.
Well, how is the 50-50 parenting schedule going to work with school?
That's one of the hiccups, Your Honor.
I really don't see anything new in this motion. Could you explain to me what's new or changed circumstances?
Well,
in the motion, there's a diagnosis that we won't go into because this is a public situation. I don't want to, there's a diagnosis of some problem that the child has. And then there was one instance of medication, but other than that, is there any change in the
I
circumstances?
think that's the change of circumstances, Your Honor.
Well, I'd be glad to take testimony concerning the complete and total failure and inability of the Cumberland County school system to teach children with or handle children with similar circumstances. But there are a lot of children that are prospering in the school district here that have those problems. I don't really see need to send it to the commission. Unless if I accept everything in your affidavit as truthful and I give them no benefit of the doubt, I don't see that there's enough change in these circumstances to warrant uprooting this child and taking it to a jurisdiction in Cookeville, Tennessee. I don't see that.
Your Honor, I think our discussions were that Mr. Carter and I have been having were a 50-50 schedule with the child remaining here in Cumberland County. That's what we were discussing, correct, Mr. Carter?
Yeah, Your Honor, to the point, we had that proposed to us. We didn't have a diagnostic way of actually making that happen that was agreeable to the parties. I don't think my client at all times is always going to be open to doing what's best for the child. As far as the motion goes, we don't agree with it. But
what kind of visitation does your client have?
Your Honor, it's every other Friday till Saturday, and then the alternate weeks, it's Friday till Sunday night.
So every weekend is what you're saying?
Yes, one day, one minute.
I think the one reason why my client would be willing to negotiate some time is he really doesn't have weekends with the child.
Yeah, not ever having a weekend is not good either, you know. Some people work, you know. Looks like I've got two parents that work here, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Very unusual circumstance for me.
Your Honor, could we pass the motion until the next docket?
Yeah, you can,
so that we
you
can
can
discuss
pass and
the issue?
negotiate, but I will tell you that I read it twice, trying to think if there was something that I looked at. What about when the child had too much medication? Was there any allegation as to how that happened, or any proof as to how that happened, or who gave the child the medication?
Your Honor, my understanding is the child had seen the doctor and the doctor had changed her medications for ADHD. And
there you go with saying what the problem is. So go ahead.
Wish for me to finish?
Yeah.
So medication was given that evening, and then the new medication was given the following morning. And that's what caused the child's reaction.
Well, that could happen to anybody, of course. So, okay. Well, y'all can negotiate if you want to. And I don't think the present schedule is good where one parent doesn't have any weekends at all. And then what have you been doing in the summer?
Alternate weeks. around summer school. Except the child been in summer school the last 2 years.
I read that. Yeah.
So Your Honor, what we would like to do is still have an opportunity to discuss it with Mr. Carter.
Well,
and Mr.
I'll
Carter.
give you the opportunity is there. I'll just pass over this and you can discuss things. But
I don't know that we can come up with a new schedule this afternoon. I think we've made a great deal of progress.
Well, we'll be back here on September 22nd. Well, that'll give you plenty of time to discuss things with each other and give a notice. But there's no reason to take proof if I find that if I accept everything generally that you say, factually, except you're going to need some proof that the Cumberland County school system is completely and totally incompetent to handle this sort of situation. If you find that and you can prove it, I'll hear testimony on that.
Understand, Your Honor.
You know, are there times when people go to larger jurisdictions, more populous areas? I'm sure you could move to Nashville. There are probably even more services that are available in Cookeville. You know, But are there sufficient services for a child to be raised here that has a special circumstance? I don't know. Okay, well, I'll look forward to hearing from y'all, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Swinicky versus Michael Darren Boyd.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hello.
This is my motion for,
Yeah, I've read it. Yeah, read it. Y'all want a jury trial? Is what you want, or you want me to try the case?
we're okay with the bench trial.
I don't like bench trials. So,
Then we're okay with the jury.
yeah, I guess we just need to go ahead and set this thing. My calendar. Now, I saw your compliance in there. Have you filed your compliance as far as being ready for the trial? You know, our orders here. that you have to have.
Your Honor, I was just candidly, I was a little surprised when I got Mr. Little's because I understood that the compliance would be due once the jury trial had been set.
No, I don't set it until the compliance is due. So you go ahead and have compliance ready within 30 days.
Okay.
And then y'all be back here. You don't have to come here if you don't want to. You just when compliance is finished, but no later than September 22nd, we'll set a trial date and we will have a trial within 90 days after that.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it doesn't, because I don't set trials that we don't have to wait a long time. I think we can do this in 1 day, possibly 2 days. You agree with that, Mr. Little?
Yes, I do.
I don't, did you go to mediation?
We did, Your Honor.
We did. There were some issues that the parties did not agree upon that they thought they did. I don't, we're open to discuss it again with them, but I'd rather have a trial date to give an incentive to get this case concluded. I think that would help and have no problem with how the judge has ordered on the compliance. I think that's
Ms. Huff, did you make very much of a reply to his compliance?
I did, Your Honor. At least I intended to be a substantive reply, and I think both sides have briefed the issues of fact and issues of law fairly thoroughly. I know the court has read those and considered those. I think we're just at an impasse because of some, there's some, to me.
Well, the instructions are what's interesting in a case like this. I think there's a Supreme Court case on that, and Mr. Little, very similar to this one on what the instructions ought to be, and they're still confusing somewhat. But it appears to me that what your use of the seminary, is that what is Seminary Church Road? Is that what you call it?
I think we call it Cemetery Church Road.
Cemetery Church Road, okay. Your use of that, evidently I saw where Mr. Teal was going to testify that he went through there frequently and went beyond that would be beyond where your client's property. Yes. Will there be evidence that that was a road at one time that a lot of people used, or are you just going to limit it to your client's predecessors and Mr. Teal and other people in the community? I mean, are we wanting an open road there is what you're wanting? You don't want to gate across it with keys or anything like that?
Well, I don't know that would work if Mr. Tealy is using it also. It's something we can discuss.
Well, Mr. Teal, what I'm talking about is a gate at the back of your client's property somewhere. You know, Mr. Teal is not a party to this.
Correct. That's correct.
You know, and if he uses it infrequently to do agricultural purposes, I mean, what a lot of people don't want in these situations is making an open highway where people drive through it and do mischief and stuff. But if the road was open all the way down to the back end of your client's property with a fence there, with a lock that he could provide Mr. Teal or notify the other gentleman who had a key to it or something like that, or they'd have to be in agreement. Of course, they're not going to agree to give anybody else a key, but nobody else has said they use the road frequently, but Mr. Teal had.
I believe that's correct.
Well, of course, if you block it, you'll find out whether somebody else
That's true.
uses it very
That is
frequently,
true.
because they'll come in here. I would suggest that y'all discuss this with each other about putting a gate back at the back of this gentleman's property where it won't interfere with his access to the property. And the only caveat would be that they give Mr. Teal access to it with a key to prevent other problems. Once y'all talk about that, I'll be here for a while if you want to talk about it for a few minutes, not long, but okay. So I'll expect you to be in full pretrial compliance, in time for us to set a trial on September 22nd, or we can set one as soon as you come in compliance for a 2-day jury trial.
Yeah, my apologies, Your Honor. I understood that. I was surprised when I got Mr. Little's information and called him and he said, no trial had been set yet. Because
No trial has been set yet. I don't set the trial till the compliance is finished.
I didn't realize I had a due date to do that. That's my misunderstanding. So we will take care of that.
So is this case reset, or I need to file a motion to reset?
Well, hopefully it'll be settled by then, or you don't have to come back over here. That's what I'm telling you. I'm saying that if the compliance is made, I'm willing to set a trial at any time. Okay, once her compliance is satisfactory to you. And we can do that by phone. We can go get on the phone and get your calendars together so that your clients won't have to have the expense of y'all coming back over here. If we have some kind of problem, you can notice it to put on for September 22nd. If Ms. Huff is not satisfied with your compliance, or if she has not complied, or you do not feel she has fully complied, then be back here on the 22nd. And I'll do an order accordingly. I'm not saying there won't be compliance, but there could be sanctions if compliance is not done with that. Okay? Okay, well, thank y'all very much. Yeah. Is that it?
No, I had one other case that was noticed for the docket, and I just wanted to make sure that.
What is it?
Yes, it was Severe versus Huff, and I had emailed Jessica and Megan, told them we needed to pass it to October.
It's on my doc. It's
Sorry,
not-
confused.
What is the case about?
It's an adverse possession case, Your Honor. But we agreed, Mr. Garman didn't have an opportunity, he was sick last week, didn't have an
Okay,
opportunity.
we'll
So I just
pass.
wanted to make sure.
We'll pass it. Okay, thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Go on, Greg.
Please don't think it's me personally criticizing Cumberland County Schools.
Well, this is a bullshit.